Doom doo doom 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 doo doom doom doo 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 doo. Do 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 do. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to another awkward episode of Bible Study Devotional. I was about to say BMX Flatline Learning. Fortunately, I can't give it my all and ride fully, but we can at least somehow continue to try and give God a little bit of glory in some way, and also try and draw bikes in some weird way in the process. By the way, I did try and do the video game streams, but man, for some reason my internet's like, I don't know, I just can't. I don't know why I can't have. For some reason, I can't have this camera and then play WoW or play other games on my computer at the same time. I don't know why. It's just, I think I have to get like an Ethernet cable or something like that. But oh well, it's kind of forcing me to draw. So it's actually the weird thing. That's actually the reason why I started drawing, because I actually was gonna start streaming WoW again, right? Instead of really doing the drawing. But then like I can't get the stream working right. But it's all good. We could play. Honestly, it's probably better. I'm probably a reason why I'm having to draw. So I guess I'm, because for a while, I will be honest, I haven't drawn prior to this in like months and months and months, because quite frankly, I find riding my bike way more fun and fulfilling. Just using up your body. I love just using up your body to where you just get so tired where you just pass out. I mean, that is such a good feeling when you do that. And then just doing it like day after day. It's just it feels very rewarding, and just feels good for some reason, right? And I think I was almost like addicted to the runner's high. In some degree. I think the runner's high is what? It might just be adrenaline or something. But anyway, welcome in. You get to peer into basically just watch me fail and fail and fail most of these streams. Some of these drawing streams, they do work out, and they generally, sometimes it's odd, like sometimes they'll just like be really smooth, and then some days, dude, it's just like full on, I'm just failing and just grinding, bro. Just grinding, trying to get this thing to work, right? And then, and the thing about it is, like, I don't know if it's just where I'm at right now. I don't know if it's just the season I'm in. But for some odd reason, like, I have trouble just, like, finishing things, right? If I don't finish, I can finish something, but if I don't finish it in one day, I just, like, for some reason, like, I just get bored. Like, I can't, like, go back to a piece and just, like, I don't know. It's like, I used to do that, like, with painting and stuff like that. But now I've just been, like, it's kind of like I've been on this, like, one-day deadline, right? Kind of thing, right? Anyway, we're going to get into a Bible study. I have literally no idea what we're going to get into. But this is the interesting thing about our technology now, right? We can do two things at once. I said this yesterday. I don't like the idiom or phrase of knocking out two birds with one stone. But with the technology that we have been provided with, we can now knock out like 10 things all at one thing, right? And it's so crazy, right? So I think that's the other weird thing, right? Is because, like, I really don't know if we've entered into the realm of proclaiming the gospel. I think it is, because we're reading scriptures, right? I think even, like, literally, if you were to just open up one verse and just read it, just be like, oh, I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, a quart of wheat for a denarius and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and wine, right? Boom. And then just close the Bible, whoop, and then just get into whatever you're doing, right? Would that be proclaiming the gospel in some degree, right? Would that be planting a little bit of a seed of faith, right? And then, so right now it's like we're just kind of like doing these Bible studies. I know these Bible studies probably seem really boring to most people. Quite frankly, it's just like, it's also just a way of my own reassurance, knowing that, because I mean, I do see that there's at least one person watching these things, right? So I never, and someone's told me, actually many believers have said this, you can look it up on sermons and stuff, but they said, like, even if you plant one little seed, you never know how that seed could be watered by other believers later on. You never know. That one little seed of faith that you plant could potentially change the entire course of somebody's life, right? It could totally change somebody from even like wanting to, do some heinous acts, or, maybe get them to maybe heal a bit of their anxiety or worries or just their depression or their anger or, and all that stuff, right? And at times we can't really see the seeds that we get planted in others, right? Because generally sometimes when we plant seeds, they go into the ground, right? And sometimes we have to have faith that God is hopefully he's going to grow the seeds that we're planting, right? Just like the verse of Apollos watered, but God gave, or I planted, Apollos watered, and God gave the increase. I think it was Paul. I think it's in Corinthians or something in there. Let me take a little swig of coffee. So let's see here. What are we going to get into today? Yesterday we went into, I'm trying to do these Bible studies to where it's like, you don't have to consecutively watch them, by the way. I'm just trying to get, because that's the other weird thing, right? These Bible studies, it's like, there are so many commentaries, right? And how these commentaries are structured, what I've found out is a lot of these commentaries are structured in the aspect of you could literally look up just single verses. Like you probably put in any one of these little verses, right? Sometimes big verses. And you can put that verse in and put commentary at the end of it, and you will find so much lore on it, man. The lore runs so deep, right? And I think that's one of the aspects of what's kept me going this long. It's crazy, man. It's just like, it's so crazy I'm even still doing these things, man. And it's so weird, right? It's especially doing this whole, like, I got her and now we're doing the drawing stream, right? But I'm still trying to do the Bible study devotionals in the beginning. I think that really just shows that, like, I mean, if anything that I've learned from this whole situation of me getting hurt, it's that, like, man, it's like God's word and just like trying to like proclaim the gospel. Like you can almost do it. I mean, maybe if you were in the aspect of maybe you were mute or you didn't, maybe you couldn't, maybe you were blind or something and you couldn't fully read something or, look up commentaries and stuff like that. And, some of that aspect, but man, it's just so interesting thinking about just the technology that we have right now. And then just thinking about maybe that's what we could go into. Just thinking about the technological aspects of where we're at right now, and then also doing God's will, right? Like that's like, what should we look up for that? Should we look up, what's a question we can look up for that? Like, how is technology affecting God's will? Let's look that up. Let's look up, how does God want us to use technology for his will? I've never looked this up. I wonder what's going to come up. Okay, so I put in, I didn't write it right. We typed in, how does God want us to use technology for his will? Okay, well, there's ethics, religious, libertarian commission. Well, I've never seen that site before. Look at that one, Christianity.com. There's apply God's word, how to serve God with technology. See, this is something I haven't really looked up, and I've actually never really heard a sermon on this. The closest sermon I probably heard, well, maybe I've heard many, many sermons, right? But I don't know about you guys, but there are literally so many sermons. Like almost like if you type in like, how does God provide what you need, or how God provides, or what does God provide us with? And you just type that in and then put in sermon at the end and listen to just a bunch of them on YouTube. Bro, there's like so many denominations. I'm literally almost thinking every single denomination that I've ever seen, even heard a sermon from, they always say, oh yeah, God provides us for what we need because of Philippians. It's either 4:6 or 4:19, right? Let's look that verse up before we get into this, right? So let's go into Philippians 4:6. Today's actually starting out pretty interesting. I haven't really had that much of a combo day, man, because I've been kind of bummed out. I'm not going to lie, because I haven't been drawing. But if you guys have listened to some of the old, like, biking Bible study things, bro, like, there were days where it was just like combo. Dude, there was days where I didn't even read a commentary. It was just like finding combos and I really haven't had that stuff since I've been doing the drawing, because I'm a little bit more bummed out, right? But it's okay. No worries. We can still try to glorify God, which matters most. And honestly, the bike riding, drawing, I guess what really matters most is God's word, right? And his will, and to try and plant seeds of faith. Okay, let's see here. So we're in Philippians 4:6. And so I think why so many denominations, well, I guess denominations that listen to any, proclaim any iteration of the scriptures, right? Of God's word. I think one of the reasons why so many sermons go into God providing us for what we need and stuff like that is because of this verse right here. It says, "And my God will supply every need of yours according to his riches and glory in Christ Jesus," right? And so that's a strange thing, right? And that's it's an odd thing to think about, right? But also what's weird is at the end of this, right? So I wonder if there's like a stipulation, right? Because, "and my God will supply," so there's "will supply every need of yours according," so look at this word, "according to his riches," and here's the big one, "in glory." I mean, like, what does that mean right there? In glory in Christ Jesus, right? So does that mean we have to, is there a sense of we're trying to glorify God in whatever we're trying to do, right? Which we are called to try and glorify God in all that we do, right? Whether we eat or drink, it is gnarly to think about that, right? And it's gnarly to think that we are trying to work heartily for the Lord, man. And it's, especially when things are hard, it's like, and sometimes it does put on a bit of a weight of I guess almost self-consciousness, because you want to sometimes try to do your best, right? Like sometimes you want to try and put your best foot forward. Like you don't want to just like slack off on something, right? And the thing is that in some cases, some things are super hard, and sometimes you do have to just continue to fail and fail and fail until something just, finally works out, right? And that's the other weird thing, especially with the drawing stuff. Like I think if there's anything I could tell you if you want to get into drawing, it's just like you have to somehow just accept the failures, especially with the inking, man. That's what I think what's really been tripping me out about the inking stuff, man, because like I feel like I just like it's so I just haven't done that much inking, and it's so like there comes a point with the line work, right, where I like the line work, but once I start putting in those big swashes of shadow shapes down, man, there's almost like it's like a point of no return. Like it's either you are going to have to redraw that entire thing or that other thing, I guess, if you're doing it traditionally, right? So I guess that's another added level of stress that I'm not really akin with at the moment. So anyway, let's see here. So we're thinking about this one, right? "And my God shall supply every need of yours according to his riches and glory in Christ Jesus," right? So there's so many sermons that go into, that I've heard that God provides us all that we need. He's actually, I've heard so many sermons saying that God is actually loaning us everything because it's all his anyway. And it's so crazy if you think about that. It's like, if it's all his anyway, then just thinking about, okay, well, if he is providing me with everything, is he providing us with technology stuff? Sometimes I like get tripped out. I'm like, what in the world? Like, is he providing us with this stuff too? I've never really heard a sermon or anything on here. So let's see here. Which one are we going to click on? I guess we should go maybe on the Christianity.com one, huh? Let's see what comes up on here. Okay, let's see here. 7 steps to using technology for God's glory. Ultimately, we must have new hearts in order to rightly handle new technology. We must pray the same for our children, that God would replace the love of darkness with the love for the light. I like that. Love for the light. That's something like a lot of paladins say. If you play WoW and you play a paladin, or you play a priest, they always say, "For the lights, light be with you." Stuff like that, right? Which I do always like the paladin and cleric and priest classes, and even the Natri classes, because a lot of my other Christian friends would always play them. But it's actually weird. Now here's the other weird thing about these commentaries, right? Is just reading this right here and just reading this last sentence right here that says that God would replace the love of darkness with love for the light. This is from David Murray, by the way. This isn't a Bible verse right there, but here's the thing. Just seeing that word light, what verses does that make you think of? I think that's such an interesting aspect, right? If we were just to just think about certain words, right? What that verse right there, the light verse, almost just fully reminds me of Matthew 5:16, right? In Matthew 5:16, or 4, no, I got it wrong. Oh, yeah, it is 5. Matthew 5:14 through 16, right? Let's read it. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and it gives light to all in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. Now, see, one thing that I have been a little confused of on these verses is, what does it mean that we cannot be hidden? A city set on a hill, and this isn't, by the way, this isn't something for just like a group or a church building or a certain sect or something. These are the words of the Lord Jesus, the Lord of Lords and King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ, right? This is a Sermon on the Mount. And it's what's so weird is that he's almost putting this as in the believers themselves, right? You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden, right? And I'm going to be really honest. The strange thing is I've talked to some other believers that started streaming, right? And I've just asked them questions. Oh, what do you guys think about this verse and stuff like this? And I go, oh, well, this verse kind of like inspired me to even start streaming, right? And that's the other weird thing is because these verses right here actually got me to kind of start streaming and start doing the Bible studies and just kind of just go full at it, right? Because I looked up on YouTube, right? If you type in Matthew 5:14 through 16 and type that into YouTube and then put in sermon at the end of it and just listen to as many of them as you can, bro, there are so many of them that go into like the Great Commission, so many aspects of just, just trying to be a light unto people, right? We are to try and not be hidden, right? And it's kind of strange because there's actually something deeper about this, I think, in a sense of like transparency, right? Because there's almost a sense of trust, right? Because in some degree, like the more transparent we are, the more trustful we can become, right? Because I feel like you would rather, and there is some commentaries and things that kind of go into this, right? About trying not to hide, right? And that's the other weird thing is that what I'm wondering is, what does it mean to be hidden, right? A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand and gives light to all in the house. And what's weird about this verse right here, this Matthew 5:16 right here, in the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works, right? That's the other strange thing, right? Like, and then this verse has confused me quite a great deal right here. Because then I go, well, why does the Lord want us to why does he want others to see our good works, right? And I know works have a lot of controversy and stuff, and I will say we are not saved by our works, right? Someone can't just work more than somebody else and just gain salvation in some degree. But the thing is that if we grow in the faith and the seeds of faith that get planted within us and they grow and grow and grow and we end up becoming like trees, like in Matthew 13, we should start bearing fruit, right? And that's the other thing is that within the fruits, we should start bearing fruit. And there's that one verse saying, something about we should be bearing a lot of fruit in that. And there's verses going into like the Lord, like snipping parts of us so we start bearing more fruit, whatever that means, right? But he wants us to be fruitful and we should bear much fruit, actually, because that's the other strange thing, right? And so I've actually kind of struggled with this verse for a long time. And then it occurred to me, maybe if we look into the context of over here, right? Like if we just go right over to the next page over here. I think this is one of the reasons why I personally think why Jesus wanted for others to see us, right? And it's ultimately so we become fishers of men, right? And he said to them, follow me and I will make you what? I will make you fishers of men, right? So I think that's the other interesting thing because, imagine if they were always hidden, right? Like they never did any of that stuff, right? They probably may have not been able to plant or win some souls over, right? So sometimes I think about that, right? And it's so weird to think that those verses, which I don't even know if this is even going to go into it, right? And so that's the other weird thing about even thinking about, okay, so we read this one little thing of this commentary, right? This little bitty little thing, right? And sometimes I wonder, like, in the aspect of if God is providing everything that we need, and God, the Lord Jesus Christ says we are supposed to not be hidden, right? I mean, get this. I mean, imagine God potentially giving a lot of people something, right? To where it's like, okay, I'm going to give you these technological items that you can try to not be hidden and you can let others see things that you're doing, right? How crazy would it be if God was actually doing that? Like, would that not trip anybody else out? Like, because that's what trips me out when I think about when I think about the sermons that I've listened to, where all these pastors from multiple denominations say, well, God is providing everything that we need. And it'd just be so strange if God is providing us some sort of technological thing for us to maybe be a better light unto others and not be hidden. And that'd just be a very awkward thing to think about, right? So I have no idea what to think about all that stuff. But maybe we can get deeper into it on this, okay? Okay, so we read that little paragraph right there, or that little sentence, and let's continue. Let's see here. No parent wants to give his or her child unfettered access to the internet, but neither is it realistic or wise to forbid any access whatsoever. How, then, do we plot a course that avoids these two extremes and yet maximizes their moral and spiritual safety? Now, this is going into, like, children and stuff. I really don't know if this is the correct thing right here. Okay, yeah, I don't even know if this is really this is, okay, so he's going into educate. Okay, so we're educating. Okay, reading things about the Bible. Fencing. He's talking about antivirus software. Oops. Clicked on something. Fencing. What is this? Mentoring, having educated both yourself and your children. See, this is like supervise. See, this is going into stuff that's like, I was thinking about another aspect of like, how do we use tech? I mean, I guess this is a technological aspect of like, maybe if you have kids and stuff, so, which I don't have kids at the moment. So I don't know if this is like the best one for me to read. Yeah, so this is like, I don't know if I should even read this one. I thought this was going to go way deeper into like, how can we use it to like glorify God, right? Huh. Okay, let's do a different one. That one's kind of more about like protecting your children, giving them access, antivirus software stuff. Let's see here. What about apply God's word? What about this one? This one says, okay, let's see here. The church and technology. 1 Corinthians 5, 3-7. This is apply God's word, by the way. Does God use technology? Now that is an interesting question right there. Does God use technology? As Christians, should we seek to learn how to serve God with technology? It makes sense to ask such questions because everywhere you look, there is new technology coming out. Babies literally grow up with millennial parents, smartphones in their hands and mouths, learning to swipe, tap, and shake to get what they want from that beautiful, glowing device. And as they drool all over their parents' newest tech, their baby boomer grandparents are right there hovering over them, recording it all on their own smartphones. If the church ignores technology, they will be ignoring the culture in which their people live. So what does the Bible say about technology? Does God want Christians to use it for his glory, or does he want us to separate ourselves from new things so that we can focus more on eternal things? Now that's interesting, right? The Bible teaches us to proclaim eternal truth in modern ways. It's a bit of a stretch to say that the Bible talks a whole lot about technology. Of course, there are examples. Building cities, making instruments, digging wells, fashioning weapons, and art from metals. Recorded history and writing letters on the newest type of papyrus paper. These are all examples of God's people using forms of technology which were new in those periods for the glory of God. But more helpful than that, I believe the Bible gives us principles on how to use anything for the glory of God. So while there may not be many Bible verses directly relating to technology, there are countless scriptures informing us to do everything for God's glory. And so that's the other thing. So this guy actually is kind of going into what I was kind of thinking about, right? And he's saying that, God is giving us these things for God's glory, right? And the thing is that these verses that we brought up right here, at the end of Matthew 5:16, it says, to what? In the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. So ultimately, we are to try and give glory. That's a very important one. Glory to your Father who is in heaven. It's actually very interesting that this commentary thing's going into that, right? I've never read a commentary like this, by the way. I need to pump this screen thing up. Okay, let's see here. Do everything for God's glory, to serve Him with excellence, and to help as many people as possible hear what God has whispered to us through His Spirit and Word. What I tell you in the dark say in the light, and what you hear whispered proclaim on the housetops. Matthew 10:27. Now that's weird. What I tell you in the dark, say in the light. See, there's that word again, light. That's strange. And whatever you do in word or deed, do everything in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through Him. Colossians 3:17. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God. 1 Corinthians 10:31. It shouldn't be hard for us to see how principles like these found in the Bible relate to using technology. We can serve God with anything that is not inherently sinful. Our job as Christians is to use whatever is available to us in our day and age to proclaim God's unchanging truth. Our times and technology are very different than those found in the Bible, but our mission is the same as those we learn about in the Bible. Our job is still to love God and people in our day and age by proclaiming the gospel of Jesus Christ for God's glory. And since our day and age is so saturated with technology, it is our job to figure out innovative ways to share the truths of God through that technology. And that's the other thing also. We are also called to go and make disciples of all nations, right? And I think, man, it's so crazy just to even think about that. And it's so crazy to think about that and then like the internet nowadays. I don't know, man. It's so weird, huh? Man, it's so crazy that the internet's like everywhere, right? It's such a trip. Anyway, in that vein, here are 4 quick points about how to serve God with technology. Use technology to proclaim God's truth, not proclaim yourself. Technology has such incredible potential for Christians because it can be harnessed to inform masses of people. What is being communicated is where God will be pleased or displeased, but technology as a communication tools is morally neutral. As I explained in the article, what does the Bible say about selfies? What in the world? Motives are always foundational in anything we do when it comes to serving God. God is not going to judge anyone for taking a picture of themselves, posting it on social media, and hoping others enjoy it. God is not going to judge us for wanting to present ourselves well. It's not bad to take a picture of yourself so Granny can turn on the computer and see how her grandbaby is doing, or your friends from another state can see how you are doing. God looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. The Bible therefore explains that selfies are good or bad depending on the motivation behind the selfie. May we be so filled with God's Spirit that we can be honest about our intentions, repent where we need to repent, and sanctify every area of our life for the glory of God. Man, this is a long commentary, bro. This is gnarly, dude. Holy Toledo. This guy really went in. And I barely even knew anything to even say about this topic. Look, we're not even halfway in here. Okay, I mean, this might have to be a 2-day thing. Okay, let's see here. How does God use technology? Anytime God uses anything, He always does it for His glory and our good. Therefore, to reflect Him, we should seek to use technology with the same intent. But how? We are called and commanded to love God and glorify Him in our hearts. But we are also called to love God in actions. The way you love God in action is by loving people. The first and second greatest commandment always flow together, as 1 John 4:20 says. If anyone says, I love God, and hates his brother, he is a liar. For he who does not love his brother, whom he has seen, cannot love God, whom he has not seen. Therefore, when we are trying to use technology for the glory of God, we need to meet real human needs. We need to look at the issues, hurts, and problems people are dealing with and come up with innovative and informative ways to actually help. Posting a funny video is not sinful. Sometimes people need to laugh, but posting a video that gives people a biblical answer that addresses a specific question has a higher potential to be used by God compared to another update of your cat. Use technology to speak people's language. Mishology. I've never seen that word before. Missology 101 is to make sure you know how to speak the native language you are sending missionaries to. If you go to a country with no knowledge of the language and no interpreter to help you, the odds of you communicating the gospel are very slim. And that's actually the other strange thing about, by the way, this is the other weird thing about missionaries, and actually one of the reasons why a lot of churches in the past used to commission artists, actually. That's the strange thing, because actually way back in the day, not everyone actually knew how to read, right? That's the other strange thing about it, right? A lot of people actually didn't know how to read in the past. So what they would use is they would actually use pictures of the cross and all these artistic stuff to help proclaim the gospel in some way when they didn't know how to actually read words, which is actually very strange, or even understand them in some degree, right? Let's see here. This same philosophy should be applied to the area of technology. Like it or not, much of our culture, especially the millennials and Generation Z, the common name right now for those younger than millennials, speak the native language of technology. That's so strange. I've never read that before. I've never even heard anybody say that. Speak the native language of technology. Man, this guy's really going in, huh? It's so interesting. I think I've seen this guy on YouTube. Apply God's Word. I'm pretty sure he has a YouTube channel. They receive information through Google, social media, YouTube channels, and other apps on their phones. To ignore technology is to ignore huge segments of the younger society. If the church wants to reach the next generation, of course, preaching prayer, the Bible, and other normal means of grace are still going to be the main tools. But technology cannot be ignored. It's not about replacing the normal means of grace. It's about teaching people about these truths in modern languages. It's about using technology to proclaim the same timeless truth to a modern generation in a language they know. This is why, if you want to serve God with technology, you need to make sure you are doing it with excellence. Imagine going to a foreign country thinking you know the language, but your dialect is so bad no one actually understands you. When we build websites, make videos, write blogs, or create other new technology, it has to be a certain standard or people won't be able to receive the message you are trying to speak through that technology. If the preacher is wearing clothes from the 60s, is preaching from the KJV, and his dialect is so different than yours that you are so distracted you can't hear anything he is preaching about, obviously you are not going to be helped as much as you could have been. Perhaps his message was powerful, but everyone present totally missed it because the mode of delivery was so dated. The same idea can be applied to using old, dated, or poor quality of technology when we are seeking to reach people. This is a very interesting commentary, by the way. This is so strange. To serve God with technology, always remember God alone brings the growth. Dude, that's so funny. We were just talking about that earlier. Perhaps the most dangerous element to serving God and helping people through technology is the success you might find. Every time someone starts proclaiming the unchanged and eternal truth of God in a new format for a modern generation to hear, people always make an idol of the new modern mode of delivery, rather than praising God for his power to transform the hearts of people. Now, I think that's actually another a big situation right now that I do see is because I know a lot of people say, "Oh, well, we need to just keep it the way it's always been done." But then but then it always kind of makes me wonder, well, if God is providing all that we need, you think is if He's providing us with everything because everything's already His, and we are to glorify God in all that we do. There's it kind of just like it's basically just going into everything this dude's kind of talking about in some degree. Well, I think so. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but culture, technology, and methodology have always changed throughout the church history. The only thing consistent is that God continues to save people and disciple them through the leading of His Spirit. The Holy Spirit will continue to speak through the Bible, prayer, songs, Christian fellowship, and other normal means of grace, no matter what new technology might put a fresh spin on these timeless biblical practices. Let's make it clear, no matter how creative and innovative you are, no matter how incredible the technology, God alone is the one who brings the true growth. Fads are created by humans. Revivals are created through the power of God, proclaiming the gospel through His people. Romans 1:16. Paul had one gift and Apollos had another, but 1 Corinthians 3:5-7 makes it clear that God alone deserves the glory. What then is Apollos? What is Paul? Servants, though, whom you believed, as the Lord assigned each. I planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the growth. So neither he who plants nor he who waters is anything, but only God who gives the growth. No matter how cool you are, no matter how modern your expression of God's truth, if anything truly good is happening, it's always because the Spirit of God is drawing people to Jesus Christ. As soon as you forget this, you can sabotage everything. Even awesome tech won't earn a blessing of fruitfulness from God if His Spirit is not in it and He is not receiving the glory. And that was I haven't read a commentary where I was like, wow, that was very, very interesting. And this was a commentary on how to serve God with technology. Very interesting one. A very, very strange commentary. And I guess that will be the Bible study for today, right? So ultimately, but man, it's such a gnarly thing to think about that, right? To try and glorify God in all that we do, man. I mean, honestly, it's not, I guess it's intimidating in some degree, especially if you start getting into it. But honestly, we're living in the age where it's probably easier than any other time. It's not like it's not like people are hunting us down in some degree and going to chop our heads off and stuff like that, right? So, sometimes I have to think back at like the stories of all the martyrs for the faith in some degree and what they have done, right? And I'm not going to lie, I feel like if I was in their shoes, I probably still wouldn't have even had my faith, right? And that's the other thing. Imagine all the martyrs, man, thinking about just the tribulations and trials that they went through and they still were keeping their faith. Man, that is so brutal. Imagine how many people would fall away if that same occurrence was happening today. That would be just insane to think about, right? Like how many people would lose their faith if like we had those days like back in history where we were just like, it's so crazy to think about, right? Well, I think it's crazy to think about. Anyway, I'm going to open up the stream now, and then we are going to, wait a minute, is my stream even working? Let's see here. Oops. I don't know if my stream's even working. I guess it is working. Okay. Well, there we go. That was the Bible study. I'm going to chug some coffee. Cheers, everybody. And then we're going to get into drawing. And I hope I can kind of offer this thing of I would really like if you guys wanted to maybe learn or something, maybe you guys could try and glorify God or something, or a little bit. But all we're using some cheap colored pencils. You can basically use any single colored pencil you want. You can use the photo blue. There is a non-photo blue pencil, but they're kind of pricey. And right now this is just a Crayola one, I think. But you can use basically any cheap colored pencil. Actually, but these ones you can't really erase very good. But if you do want to get the ones that you can erase, I think they're called non-photo blue pencils. And then we're using just computer paper. We're using 0.5 pencil. This is one of the things that is kind of more, you kind of have to get it at an art store. And this is called a brush pen, which I maybe might have to change this out. And I kind of maybe want to just get into maybe using just a normal brush, right? But this is something you kind of have to go to the art store and get, or you can order it online. And then this is just a normal like ballpoint pen kind of thing, gel pen, ballpoint pen thing. Yeah, and then that's kind of what we're gonna. And the thing is lately I've been kind of stressed out because I've been watching all these how to ink videos, right? And like the thing is that there's so many techniques. It's like overwhelming actually. There's so many different techniques, and there's so many just so many different tools that they're using and all this stuff, and sometimes they have all these like crazy pens and Krylko pens and all these different micron pens, and I just go, oh my goodness, bro, I don't even know where to start. You know, and it's like I get into it and I don't even know what tool to use, right? So I think lately I've been just trying to like keep it simple, you know, just like keep it to like 4 tools and just try and think about it that way. So yeah, if you guys have any tips on inking and stuff, I'd love to hear it. Okay, let's see here. What are we gonna get into? I think today we're gonna get into. I might draw something a bit easier today, because for a while I know it sounds weird because I've been like drawing like this perspective stuff, and by the way, the perspective stuff is really gnarly for me. Always get frustrated, but like prior to doing all this stuff, I used to draw like a lot of like character stuff. So maybe I'll do like a character. I kind of wanted to do like a Armor of God character, and then maybe like put him as like a homeless guy as well or something like that. So let's see here. Let me open up some music up in here. Let's see here. Show more. I wonder, I'm actually curious to see, is this on copyright? I'm actually truly curious, is this on copyright? I don't think it is. Oh, it's not on copyright. Wow. Huh. Bro, this person is making money just like, that's so crazy. This person literally just took an ASMR thing and he's like just getting paid to do that. That's crazy. Okie dokie. Let's do this. Get some clean paper out. Clean paper. Clean paper. Let me put this over here. By the way, I've been marking these things out like that, so. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? We're trying to draw maybe like a homeless dude, but then like maybe a homeless dude with his bike, and then like him with a horse knight character. Right back and go to the restroom. Keep this clean. I don't know why there's a mark on there. Okay, let's hear this. By the way, be careful of this tape. This is masking tape, but I have torn some paper. I'm gonna do that. Okay, so here's our pencil. I tried to like sharpen. Where's my knife at? By the way, this is how I sharpen these pencils. By the way, for those wondering, I try and use these pencil sharpeners. I don't know what pencil sharpeners you guys are using, but every time I use a pencil sharpener, it always just messes. It always breaks the lead, and I literally have so many different types of pencil sharpeners too. So I don't know if it's just something about it. Maybe I just dropped this pencil a lot and it just broke internally the lead. But generally what I'll use is I'll just use this knife. This. I just kind of just... It's way faster, by the way. Way faster than using a little pencil sharpener. See? Okay, how do we draw a homeless guy, but a knight? How are we to do this? The downtrodden. The homeless knights. Let's just write that down. Armor. Oh my goodness, I'm such a bad speller. Armor of God. This is our topic for today. How would you depict this? It's so interesting. Imagine if I were to just get a bunch of people, be like, okay, everybody, welcome. We're doing this. Just draw something. Even if you don't even know how to draw anything. We're drawing that. What are you going to depict? Homeless knight, armor of God. How are you doing that topic? Maybe that's how I should start it off. Just like writing it down. Just be like, okay, let's go for it. So I kind of had this like... Now I have kind of explored this topic a little bit. Not quite fully. But earlier today, I did have this thought of trying to maybe try to draw like a homeless person and then do a layer on top and have him like adorned with the armor of God, right? Like almost like that aspect of you can judge a person, like the whole thing about like God judges the heart or something like that. And, like when we see some people at sometimes, like, we might think, oh, well, they don't have, like, that person he looks like a drug addict, or he doesn't look like a believer, or he, everybody in church is wearing something really nice, and this dude is wearing tattered up clothing. He doesn't even seem like he cares about what he wears. But what if that dude was, like, really, really a believer, right? Because that's happened. I've literally had that happen to me many, many times. And it's actually just tripped me out. And it's so funny actually observing other believers and seeing what they think. Sometimes I wonder if God like tests people like that. So anyway, we're going to start off with doing some like... I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a simple 3/4 pose. And the 3/4 pose, so this is half. We're going to think about a pose like that. You know what? I kind of even want to maybe start warming up with like graffiti stuff, but I don't know if I am. Okay, let's see here. So we're going to do maybe a simple 3/4 pose. Let's just start off with some really little thumbnails. Okay, so we're going with line of action. Maybe think about the figure maybe being within this. The line of action is generally the spine of the person or creature. How I learned figure drawing, by the way, is I studied George B. Bridgman, and I think it's B. Bridgman, but George Bridgman, Andrew Loomis, and Glenn Vilppu, and also Jeff Watts. You can see some of his videos on the internet. Now, how a lot of those guys depict on how to draw the figure is that they would consider the figure in 3 blocks. And the 3 blocks are the head, the torso, and then the pelvis. And these 3 stationary blocks, they only have a certain range of movement. So that's how I was kind of taught. So let's think about this. So let's think about our proportions, which generally most people are 7.5 heads tall, but some does vary. It's not always like that, like if you were a kid or something. But generally, most cases, it's 7.5 heads, right? So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4 is basically the end of the pelvis. Let's do our torso. It's a pretty simple pose of a 3/4 person, which I've done many 3/4 persons before, so this isn't really too crazy today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go end of the kneecap, which is a very important landmark to remember. I think it is anyway. Okay, so we have a leg. A little foot. Now the arms, I always kind of have to do a little forethought with the arms, right? Because this dude is supposed to be... How do we depict a homeless person? What would he be doing? I mean, I guess the sword would be a Bible, because it's mentioned that the sword of the Spirit is the Word of God. So... I don't know. Let's see here. Let's do another layer. Let me build this dude up. I don't know what to do with the arms. Oh yeah, he was gonna maybe like be carrying a bike, so... Kind of like a steed or something. Sorry, I drew a lot of bikes. I've been wanting to really get good at drawing bikes, so I mean, that bike's really bad though, but oh well. And that's what we're doing. Homeless Knight, Armor of God. So let's... I'm not sure what to do with this arm because... Okay, so we have the Armor of God. We have Helmet of Salvation, Breastplate of Righteousness, Belt of Truth. We have the Shoes of the Gospel of Peace. We have the Shield of Faith. How am I going to do that? Shield of Faith. I mean, I guess we could... Oh, you know what? Maybe we could have the Shield of Faith kind of like... But no, this is the homeless version one. So it's like... I'm getting like confused up in here. Because maybe we could have like the Bible up here. Sorry, I'm like getting tripped out now. Let's see, I need to think about this. Okay, we have a bike, we have the shield of faith. What? Okay, how am I gonna depict the sword of the spirit? I guess the halo. Generally, I like to just think about the halo as like the helmet of salvation. Okay, so we have a halo. How am I gonna do the sword of the spirit? I mean, maybe the sword of the spirit could maybe be like, because it's weird. Because I wanted to have this dude. How am I gonna do that? It's like too crowded now. Darn, I thought this one was actually gonna be easy, but now I'm actually confused. I think it's just the bike that's gonna make it hard. Because normally I would just put it right here. I guess I could maybe like just do that one like that. And then just have like the Bible like floating over here, but the problem is I did want to have this like become like the horse, so I don't know. It's actually very challenging. I mean, I guess maybe if I built it up, I could put this a little bit closer, and then maybe we could still do the bike. Man, there's a lot of things up in here that we're trying to depict up in here. This is actually going to be a little bit more challenging than I thought. So what? Darn. Why do I always do this? And I always like try and make it look way more complex than it should be. Here, let's do another iteration. This is like, I guess, the first iteration of it. And let's do a little bigger one. Okay, at least we know that this will be a 3/4 view, right? Maybe I shouldn't do the bike. But I wanted to do like the bike, but then it would be like a horse in the other one. You know, like what? Oh, okay. So that, I guess this is the not armored version. Man, this is actually really hard. I'm actually like thinking about how am I gonna do this. I mean, obviously, I think the bike would be really good right there, but I mean, you know what? He could. The bike actually could be on this side though, because then I could probably use this arm and that actually might be a little bit better. No, but because then if I did the horse would be on this side and it would overtake the figure, right? Yeah. So I have to do the bike on this side. I guess what I could do is I could put the arm out like that, and he could just be reading a book, and then the sword would come out from there. Yeah, maybe let's do it like that. So let's like have, maybe, let's just try it out. Like have his arm kind of like Kind of like he's just like reading the Bible or something. Yeah, that looks way better, right? And then we could have like the shield of faith, I guess, on the side right here as well. Over here. Let's have like a big shield of faith. Okay. Okay, and then how are we gonna do the bike? The bike's gonna be the really hard part, because it's also, we have to depict the sword of the Spirit. How are we gonna do that? Should I put it up here? I mean, see, I guess what I could do is I could just put it right here, like right at the bottom. Like that. And then, but also we're gonna have to have the bike in there too, so. Oh man, that's gonna be hard, dude. That is gonna be a challenge right there. We're in for a challenge today. This area right here is gonna be so complex. I know, I gotta try and draw a bike, because bikes are so hard to draw. Okay, well, I think this is looking pretty good, though. I'm actually really liking this right here. I guess let's try and depict the bike. Okay, so let's think about this in somewhat of a quick perspective grid. I guess let's see. Let's have him have like a BMX bike. So it'll be a little smaller. Oh, and maybe he could have a donkey. Donkey. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, this is gonna be gnarly to draw, bro. This is gonna be a challenge right here. There's gonna be so much stuff we have to depict. It's probably gonna look so busy. And then in the next iteration with the armor on, he would have like a horse right here. Okay, let's do another little, I don't know, let's see, homeless people. What do we think about? Maybe we could have, in the homeless iteration, maybe have like those shoes that are like broken, right? With his toes sticking out. Maybe that might be good to do. Huh. I don't know, let's see here. How do we draw a homeless person? I mean, I guess that's the thing, is how would you really even know they were homeless, right? If you were to see just a character, you probably wouldn't even tell. I don't know, it's actually very strange to think about. I need to somehow depict it to where you would kind of tell, you'd be like, oh, well, that guy's not a believer. That guy's a homeless dude. And then he's just like this gnarly paladin. Man, that's a very strange topic to think about. Let's see here. I guess maybe we can have, yeah, I guess. I guess maybe we could have like a beard or something. Here, let's just draw it. Well, let's just do another layer real quick. Lats, we have our abdominals, we have the deltoid, we have the pelvis that goes into the abdominals. he's going to have the broken shoes, this toe sticking out. We have the halo, which is the helmet of salvation. And he's going to have... Actually, this iteration is not going to have the shield of faith. I'm actually wondering if I could, like... Oh, I guess I'm going to do it, like... Yeah. Then there's going to be the Sword of the Spirit, which is going to be very difficult to depict right by the bike. And he's going to be carrying the bike. I think that's actually going to work. I kind of just want to build this up now. Here, let's try and do the bike with a different color. Where's my bag at? I'm going to use the orange for the bike. Let me sharpen this real quick. Okay, so let's do the bicycle, which is going to be very hard to draw. What happened to my ruler? Oh, there it is. Let's first try and draw the handlebars. He's going to be carrying it on the side. So... the head tube. We have the first wheel. The forks are going to be right there. The head tube's going to go back in there. Actually, let's do this next wheel over here. The middle of that wheel. Seat tube is next. Seat would probably be right there. So that means the sprocket would probably be right there. And that means we can figure out this head tube angle, or actually the down tube angle from the seat stay. Seat tube. And from that one we can find this angle. Okay. Dude, that's gonna be gnarly, bro. I can really like kind of see this character out, but man, I've never drawn a character like this for sure. I've never drawn a character like this. This is definitely like the weird thing. Okay, so we're gonna think about the attire of how would we make somebody look homeless? How would we do that? Let's see here. I think, you know, like the broken shoes, maybe patches on his pants and stuff. Maybe really, really baggy shirt. But we also have to think about this iteration of because I also have to think that there's going to be a different iteration too, because I want to do a horse one. So let's do that with a different color. So the other iteration I want to do on top of this one is I did want to have him have like a horse, you know, like a bike and then a horse or something like that. So how big is a horse compared to a person? Let's actually see that. I need to actually look up some reference for that. How big is a horse? Or I guess it could be a donkey. Yeah, it could be a donkey. Let's do a donkey again. Donkey compared to person. Should it be a donkey or a horse? Just I'm wondering. Yeah, maybe we'll do a donkey. People like donkeys. I like donkeys. Let's see, how big is a donkey compared to a person? I thought there was some better reference to this. Donkey compared to human. Okay, here we go. So the next iteration is going to have a donkey. That's actually weird. A donkey is almost as big as this bike. That's actually very strange, huh? So, I mean, I guess we could just do that in the next one. And I guess the Bible would be this stay the same. He's gonna have like a big beard. I just don't know about the attire though, but I guess we could. I guess the anatomy is more important. Huh. I'm trying not to think. I mean, I could put it in perspective, but I think I just want to not think about the perspective today. Here, I need to actually look at that. What does like a homeless person wear? Homeless person. How would we draw that? Intriguing. Do, 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 do. I stretch my back out. Let's take a little break. Okay. Let's do this. Let's try and draw this. I'm going to try and do this thumbnail right there and just build this up today. I drew it 2 times right there, so. Let's get another piece of paper up in here. Okay, let's start this off. Somebody should probably be right here. We also have to make sure that there's a donkey up in here. A little smaller, actually. We could probably. Okay, I think I guess I have to think about. Actually, a donkey would be right here, basically. Okay, so I think if we base it all in here. Just trying to make sure it's all within here. Alright, I think we're ready to start grinding this character out. There's a lot of improvisational aspects that's going to start happening right up in here because we didn't really... The thing is that what generally ends up happening for me when I do these characters is I know a lot of people, they start doing a lot of like thumbnails and stuff. But yesterday I used to do that too, but yesterday I got so burnt out because I could do... That's the other thing is once I start doing like, if I were to do like 4 other thumbnails of this, I feel like I just start getting all like, well, I like that one, but I like that one, but I like this one, and this one, and I just get so jumbled up. Okay, so we have our proportions right here. Let's start with the head of this character. I think the placement of the character is really, really important. Okay, so let's see here. So we'll start with the head. Let's start with the torso. I'm probably going to do... And we also have to remember that we can always mess up. We can always mess up and do another layer. So what we're doing is we're going to go into the head, the 3 immovable masses. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do the end of the kneecap. This is on a 3/4 plane in perspective, hopefully. So this is going to be a little bit more turned. This is pretty on that edge right there. Okie dokie. Dude, it feels so much better not to draw on the perspective grid. Oh my goodness, dude. Perspective grids just make me so frustrated, bro. Because I feel like I always have to be like... That's the other thing is like I don't know when do I use the perspective grid and when do I not use the perspective grid. I feel like I have a lot of troubles with that right now because I've never really like learned perspective too much. I always used to just do it like this. But I guess it's good to know the perspective grid because I think if this was on a perspective, it would maybe be about eye level, right? So if we were to really think about that, as this is on the perspective grid maybe, but I don't know. Okay, so let's see here. So we have this character. Do we like this placement? Let's see our proportions again. Pelvis. And we're probably going to go do some other layers on top. Let's do this this arm right here. This is the arm holding the Bible, so we'll do the we have the deltoid. Let's do the bicep. Let's do this one. This hand is, I really don't even know what I'm going to do with this hand, honestly. Gonna have it maybe at the book at eye level. Okay, the Bible at eye level. Let's do this other arm. It's going to be holding the bike. I'm trying to think about this in arcs. Okay. I actually do need to see how big a bike is again, because I know there are some proportional aspects to this. And we were going to actually do the bike in orange, I guess. And we actually are not going to put this Shield of Faith here first. Maybe we could, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be the homeless iteration of this character. So this is the Shield of Faith is actually going to be on the other ones. We have to make that aware. Wait up, I need to see. I mean, I guess we have it down right there. Let's just try and follow this thumbnail as much as we can. Okay, so the bars are pretty important. Looks like it's almost at the top of the kneecap. Generally, bikes are 3 wheels wide, so we'll go 1, 2, 3. It's actually pretty close. Almost got that right in the thumbnail. I did have to shrink this guy down just a little bit because I kind of ran out of room. But let's do our head tube. Push that into perspective. Do our middle point of this wheel. Push that into perspective. This is our fork. Let's do our head tube. Seat tube would be roughly maybe around right here. You see a bit of the sprocket. Let's push our down tube into the seat tube. Now we can figure out the angle of the top tube. It's kind of weird. It's like almost like building a bike in reality. I know that that's going to be pushed in perspective just like that hub right there. I actually kind of got that wrong a little bit. This should be kind of a little bit more pushed up. I didn't lay it out, but we've drawn so many bikes in perspective now that it's kind of weird that I've kind of like recognized that a little bit at this point. And actually, these bars are kind of small. Actually, I think I got this down tube a little. Wait a minute, why did this get messed up here? Oops. got messed up in here, man? I'm always messing something up. Let's see. I think I got this head tube wrong. Oh, yeah. See, I got that wrong. This should actually be the head tube right there. I actually pushed it. I'll just do it in orange. Okay, so let's see here. So we have... This is our forks. This is why I kind of like using the different layers, is because like it's almost like when you do it with a different color, it's like just, it's almost kind of like on Photoshop or when you're doing it digitally, you know, you just put on another layer, but the only thing is you can't really like go back as well. Okay, so now we're going to do this one. Now our head tube should be right here. I messed that up, see that? So now that actually that angle got messed up right there. Yeah. Oops. Oh, well, it doesn't have to be perfect yet. There we go. That's what was making it all weird. Okie dokie. I think that I actually don't think you would actually see the sprocket. Now we can do another layer. Sometimes, I mean, I guess you could just even just do another layer with this pencil. Where's my pencil at? Where's my other pencil? Oh, here it is. Okay, so now we're going to try and get this character of this dude. It's going to be kind of interesting. Like, how do we depict this guy being... I mean, I think I'm going to have this dude, like, have just a gnarly beard. He might even be, like, bald or something. I don't even know. Let's try and draw this portrait out. This is where we're going to get a lot of the character of this guy. So let's try and think of this guy's head as a square on top of this. Oops. I messed that up. Okay, we're going to think about it as a square. We're going to divide that up, and that up, and now big character up on this thing. Let's think about our proportions again. Line of action. Kind of got that wrong. I think that might be down over there. But this is going to be eye level right there. Basically what we're going to practice. Now we're going to work on... I kind of forgotten about this with my other characters, but generally we'll put most of our time into this and our hands. If we can get these three things down, you know, like you might as well, because I think what I used to do is I used to be like, oh, well, I don't want to draw the hands and I don't want to draw the head. I'm going to work on this over here, or work on this. But I think if you get this down and get the hands down just right away, you get the hardest parts down first, then everything else kind of starts flowing a little bit more. Okay, so how are we going to do this character? Okay, let's see here. Cheekbone. We're trying to think about the skull underneath it, and the skull actually does have that thing right. I don't know what it's called, but trying to think about the skull underneath this square. I have these landmarks. Now let's see here. How... I guess we can, see this line right here? It almost seems like, I put that line for the collarbone. But actually, we could probably use that line for a bit of the beard. About the ear. The ear generally goes with the ear and the nose, or the eyeball and the nose. I guess we'll have this dude as like a bald dude. Like hair. He's gonna have like the bald hair. No, that does not look like a homeless dude. He's all ripped. Oh well, I mean, that's the hard part is how do you... I don't know, man. I don't know how I'm gonna make this dude look homeless. That's such a hard thing to do, like... Oh well. I'm gonna have to deal with his attire then, right? Because you look at that dude, he looks ripped. It's like, how did this homeless person get all ripped, man? I don't know. I guess he could be riding his bike a lot, so... I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let's get into the hands. Might have to look up some reference on the hands. Actually, I might actually do that right now. I don't know how... I mean, let's just see how much we could actually just do just from pure just knowledge. I'm going to give my best attempt at the hand right here. Because so generally the hand is like that. It's like the square thing. Let's do a thumb. Oh my goodness, I totally got that wrong. That's not how you hold a book. Fudge, how do you draw a person holding a book, man? I have no idea. That is not how you hold a book, huh? I'm gonna have to look up some reference on that, actually. I don't know. That was my best attempt, though, right? I mean, I guess that's not my best attempt. I don't know. I don't know how... Let me actually look up some reference on that now. How do you draw a person holding a book? I don't even know. Let's see. Holding book in hand. Let's see here. Great, there's like no reference for this pose, huh? I'm just gonna have to wing it, I guess, or something. Come on, there has to be at least one reference on it. Come on. Bro. Oh, I guess this guy's holding it more... Okay, that's weird. He's holding it at the brim on top of here. This dude's holding it. I want to have it holding at the bottom. Like, bro, there has to be at least one thing in here that someone's... I might have to just take a picture of my own hand. Ultimately, I guess we could just take this... Oh, wow, I'm so surprised. I'm really surprised that no one's really... I can't even find a reference for this pose. It's so weird. Let's put some music on. We need some different music. Let's put this on.
They don't want you to know this.
It's legit, like it's not.
How do I draw this hand? How do you even hold a book like that? Okay, so actually the thumb would be in the middle. It's so weird, there's like really not that much reference on that. I don't even think I've ever drawn a hand like that before. Oh well, let's just keep erasing. Let's just keep finding this out. Man, this thing's weird, huh? Can't believe I've never drawn a hand like this before. It's like figuring out a puzzle. I can't answer it. Huh. Okay, I actually see it now. Okay, so his thumb would be right there. Oh, that's a very strange pose. I'm getting closer. Okay, I need to think about this. Okay, so a hand's like this. Yeah. So his thumb would be over here. Okay, so let's just break this down. You can break these things down into puzzles, right? Okay, so we know that the hand is generally like this, right? So we can just draw it like, okay, so it's like that. It's going to be pushed into perspective like that. His thumb's going to be over there. Yeah, okay, like that, boom. Like, why couldn't I just draw that right there, right? See, so sometimes if you think about this, you just kind of draw it over here, sometimes you kind of figure it out. That should be pretty close, I think, from one after. But it's like getting it to fit. I actually shouldn't have drawn the book. Honestly, I think that's what's messing me up now. The book is actually what's messing me up. I'm like trying to fit the hand on the book when I actually should have drawn the hand and then fit the book onto the hand. Yeah, so I actually messed that up. It's also like trying to figure out the proportion of this hand compared to this dude, huh? Because I feel like I messed this. I know it. This looks really funky, huh? see what it looks like. We can just continually erase it. This is why I said it's good to try and figure out these hard things first, because I know if I drew everything else out, I'd be more frustrated, honestly. So weird, I can't believe I haven't drawn a hand like that. There we go. I think that might be it better. That might be better. I think we might have hit it. Okay, yeah, that's definitely better. Man, that one really, that was a challenge right there. I like got confused. I was like it's so weird. Like I was like really trying to like, I pushed it just a little bit more of an angle down. I think that's gonna work better though. Oh yeah, but this guy has, okay, I keep forgetting that this is the homeless dude. I keep forgetting that this dude's supposed to be homeless. Let's push this back into perspective. Push this one over here. It still looks really weird, but oh well. We gave it a go. I think the book's supposed to be out there, right? Outside of his thumb, because he's holding this page down with his... Man, that's such a weird hand. Yeah, because that's how you hold a book, right? You hold the book with the thumb. Man, that is such a weird hand. I've never drawn one like that. That's a very weird hand. I wonder if I can indicate that a little better. But also we have to make sure that we can see the cross on here. Huh. That is such a strange... I honestly feel like I actually need to push this. I need to just find some reference for this. I know there's a pose or something. You take a picture of my own head or something like that. Well, we got it a little bit down on that one. definitely going to be a challenge. I'm going to have to figure that out way better. Alright, let's figure out this hand, I guess. These ones are not as hard, though. I've done many poses like this. It's not perfect, but oh well. Okay, let's think about this dude's attire. How do I make this dude look homeless? That is the problem right now. That's the challenge. This dude does not look homeless, huh? Huh. I mean, maybe you could have like a robe? Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go out for a little drive,
Why?
check my mail.
Alright. Make sure you bring your rubbing alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need anything?
Nope. Just make sure you put the rubbing alcohol, even if you touch something. Just to draw this. I guess we could maybe just have him have like a jacket on. We could just put like some patches on it. Put tears in his shirts and stuff. Oh yeah, he's gonna have the boots with the toes sticking out. It's like all that matters is the word. Because he doesn't even care about what he dresses like. All he cares about is his bike and his word. And not knowing that he is a gnarly paladin. Maybe if not one of the gnarliest of paladins. It does not look like it. It's supposed to be a boot and you can see his toes. I guess he will have a halo on him though. That is one thing that will carry over. Okay, let's draw this bike out. Honestly, this dude probably would be brakeless. I don't think... I mean, I don't know. Homeless people do have... At times, they can have good bikes, so... Oh, he could have a backpack on. That'll definitely make him look way more homeless. Not a good sleeping bag. He uses a tattered up sleeping bag. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, now we should draw the night version of him. I guess no, I should actually probably draw this one out and then draw the night one on top of it once I get it done, maybe. What else would he have? Maybe he could have like a fishing pole. That would be kind of cool. Ah, that would actually be a bit kind of interesting. What if we put some like fishing poles, like he strapped them down to his bike? Let me look some. Actually, what do fishing poles look like? I actually don't know what fishing poles look like. Fishing poles. Actually, let's look up. Yeah. Do. Huh. Actually, kind of cool, huh? Actually, let's put this. Oops. It's like way too thick. Dude, that looks dope. He got a fishing pole on his back. What else do we got? Okay, we got backpack, sleeping bag, tattered pants, shoes with no. What else would he have? I mean, I guess I could put a fish on here. That might even just seal the deal. Drawing a fish in a while. Fishers of Men. I feel like I put some. Oh, I could put like a pan on his backpack, right? Actually, would he have a pan right? I think maybe he'd have like a water bottle or something. I think we might be pretty much done for the next layer. I think I'm getting this wrong a little bit. There you see some indications of these folds. I guess there should be a rip on his knee, actually. Huh. Okay, and then we're gonna do the armored up version of him, which is the armored version is gonna be really gnarly. This one's the hard one though. The homeless version. I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be right back. It's gonna show up on here. I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick and get some water. What if I just tried to ink it out after this? I'm wondering after. I kind of want to actually. Let's do a warm up. I'm gonna do an ink warm up, I think. Okay, let's do an ink warm up. I'm wondering if I might start doing these actually. Let's see how this ink warm up works out. I think if I just maybe start warming up a little bit more, just inking. Actually, no, I should just go right into it maybe. But let's just mess around with it, I guess. Wait, I need to put some different music on for this. I'm wondering if, like, if I warmed up with my inks, it would be better in the long run, because
Watch the use Miro. When you draw on a whiteboard, no one sees it. With Miro, you plan together in real time.
Starting an online store is easier than you think. Let me show you how to quickly open one with Shopify. First, go to Shopify.com and start a free trial. Next, create a beautiful online store without any design or coding skills. Use one of Shopify's professional templates and easily change fonts, colors, and
where is a scrap piece of paper? Where's this thing? I'm wondering if, like, if I did like a warm up, it would be better. So maybe I'm gonna do like a graffiti warm up with the ink. goodness, this pen's like too slow. Dude, this wild style is crazy today. I haven't done this in a while. It's been a while since I've done this. Dude, these might be like good, just good ink practice, man.
I feel like I'm dealing with what seems like a never-ending stream of emails. Grammarly has helped me be way more efficient with my time.
There's so many commercials.
Sonic.
I feel like I should 3D it out a little bit more, but it's okay. Dude, I'm actually going to start doing these for ink practice. I feel like these would be really good. It's just going to get me more confident with the pen. Just because the style is just so... You just like got to go with your mistakes. And it's weird because this is like the first one I've actually done with the pen. Because normally I do it with colored pencils. I was like, dude, I should just start doing these like with the pen. Maybe that is going to get me a little bit more confident. I feel like I should 3D it out a little bit more. Also, just kind of forces you to get something done real quick. It's kind of cool.
Mood gummies are a great way for me to both start and end my day. These products have really helped transform my lifestyle. I'll just take one when I get up in the morning, or I'll take one before I'm about to go to bed. I day much more positively, and
I like the song. The song's funny, especially with his face. Dude, I'm gonna start doing these more, man. These are really good ink practices. I should have been doing these actually. They're just fast too. Ding ding. Bro, I almost like forgot how I'm just going.
It was a decade ago. I was a Marine in Afghanistan when my helicopter.
Those are kind of good warm-ups. I'm gonna start doing these. Yeah. I kind of want to just start inking the next one out then. Maybe? Yeah, I think those inks are definitely going to help me get a little bit more confident with it. Maybe. Hmm. kind of want to just try and ink it, but I don't know if it's going to work out. Maybe we might ink it. I'm kind of just on a like little ink phase now. Should we try to ink this or should I not do it? I think I'm going to do... Maybe I should... I don't know if I should try and ink this up right now. Maybe we will. Where's some good music to put on? Oh yeah. Let's see here. What are we gonna listen to? I wonder if I get in trouble for listening to sermons.
Cheers to the anytimes.
Is this on copyright?
The anywheres.
Nope.
And the any reasons at all.
I kind of do want to just try and ink it out, but I don't know. I feel like I might be able to do it, but I'm not sure. Should I do another pencil layer? I think I'm going to do another pencil layer. I don't know if I'm totally confident to do an ink right now. But we could. That is doable. It is doable. Yeah, maybe we should do ink. Let's just try an ink. Let's just give it a go, I guess, maybe. Probably mess it up, though, but... But then that means I'm going to have to ink the other one out, too. Fudge. I guess I'll just give it a go. Let's give it a whirl. Turn these lights off. I should probably do another pencil layer. I don't want to get frustrated. need some better reference for that, man. For sure. There we go. Get that one. So like, yeah, it would go out like that, huh? Oops. How do I draw a water bottle? What does a water bottle look like? What does a water bottle on a backpack look like? I guess I could just do it like this. We'll just go like. It doesn't need to be fancy. Character's actually pretty cool. I think it's cool. It's kind of like the whole thing of James. What am I listening to? Is this just tavern music? Oh my goodness, this is tavern music 3-hour playlist. What the? What are we gonna listen to? Three, two, one. Oh, actually, let's listen to this. Yes.
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own.
There we go. What does a fisherman wear? That is the question. Okay, let's draw this bike. Bike and fishing pole. Which, I don't know, like, I need to make the bike kind of seem more sketchier, huh? I don't know if he would have brakes, honestly. I don't know. No, there's a lot of parts in the homeless scene. I know that for sure. I guess right now I can actually make this bike. We could put like maybe a fender plate on it. It's actually kind of interesting, like doing a homeless bike, because we can now explore like some design aspects, which maybe we normally wouldn't do if I was doing a different character. But now we can kind of mess around with this. So let's see here. Now it can get a little fun. I'm looking at, what would a homeless person's bike? I mean, I kind of know already, but we can have some fun. I know that for sure. With the design of it, I think I might put like a fender plate on here and put like a cross. That might be kind of cool. Oh, that could maybe be like the shield of faith thing. Dude, that would be kind of cool. Maybe that's what we'll do. I think I might do that. I think that's what we're gonna do. Interesting, yeah. So we're actually going to put a fender plate on here, and I'm actually going to make it like the Shield of Faith. That's going to be funny, dude. So now we're just kind of improvising this out. Dude, this is gonna be cool. Okay, then we have the lever. Needs to be a little ball on the lever. Some people grind them down, but I like to keep it on there. I mean, his bike could be pretty good shit, honestly. You know what, he'll just have a gyro too. You know what? I should probably put the cable. Let's have just like a normal cable, because then I can't really do the gyro really. Okay, so we have the Shield of Faith. Oh, we could maybe do. Let's just continue forward. Put a headset on the bike. Or actually, we need to put the stem. I think actually we might see a little bit of that stem, and then put the bearings for the bike. Starting to come to fruition. Okay, let's put this next down too, which is very important. I guess since I can't ride my bike fully, we're just gonna master drawing the bike until I get healed. Trying to anyway. Dude has some low bars. I guess let's do this next part over here. Do. Okay, let's see here. Let's do this. I totally got that wrong. Oh my goodness. Oh well, it doesn't have to be perfect. just not gonna stress about it. So not only do we have the cable that's going in here, we're going to have the fishing pole holder. I've never seen anybody have a fishing pole right there, but that's what it is. Oh, look, there's gonna be the little crank for the fishing pole. That's hilarious. Dude, that's hilarious. Dude, that's so funny. There's a little crank thing right there. Dude, that's so funny. I like just improv that out. I just saw that right there. That's so hilarious. Okay, let's do some little doodads. Then we'll put the fishing line in there now. Job. Dude, this illustration is so gnarly, man. This is the first homeless person I've ever drawn. Dude, this is the first bike I've ever drawn with a, here, I need to look at a fish. What does a fish look like? He's a fisherman. Oops. Glug, 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 glug. Man, I haven't drawn a fish in a long time. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Dude, this dude is gnarly, bro. Oh my goodness. Holy Toledo, bro. This is such a crazy illustration. I'm just like laughing at it, dude. This thing's crazy, man. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. What are we doing, bro? This is crazy. Okay, let's do the armored out version of him. He's got some like little thing. He's got some bookmarkers in his Bible. I guess we'll put a little pupil in here. I'm always bad at putting the pupil in here, but put a little. Dude, this dude's rad. Dude, this dude is ready for an adventure, man. There's actually that cheesy quote of like, he who lives nowhere actually lives everywhere. Let's put a couple like little strands of hair, just like, you know, like he doesn't even care what he looks like. He's just full on form over, or function over fashion. Just full on, doesn't even care. He just cares about his bike working good and getting a warm meal. Dude, this thing's gnarly, bro. Holy moly, where have we gotten into? What in the world have we gotten into ourselves into? Okay, let's draw the armored version now. So this is the homeless version. Now let's draw the armored version of him, which I think we're actually going to just use the same. Actually, let me see here. Maybe I should try and ink it out, but I know if I try and ink it out, I'm going to get really, I think I'm going to use the same one. And now let's draw the armor on top of him and see how it works out. Yeah. Dude, that one's crazy. That one's really... Okay, so let's see here. Where's my other piece of paper at? Where's all the paper at, bro? Okay, now we're gonna do his armored form. Where are my thumbnails? Okay, here's our thumbnails. That's what we're gonna look at. Try and draw our one now. The armored version of the Paladin. The mysterious, homeless Paladin. I think I actually might. I don't know if I should do another construction layer, or should I just build it right on top of this one? I might actually just build it on top of this one. Let's see, I need to look at this real quick. Where can I have this right here? I need to see my thumbnail. Okay, let's draw the armored version of this guy. I'm wondering, like, should I have a bit of his face show through? That would be kind of interesting. Now he's also gonna have a, you know what, I actually might, have to do the construction layer again. Or I guess now I should just draw the donkey. Here, let's actually just do that before we get into it. Because we actually do need to draw the donkey behind this guy. Oh yeah, that's what you're looking up. We're looking up donkey compared to a person. What is the ratio? Donkey compared to human. How big is a donkey? Dude, I had some really good ones. Donkey human scale. Oh yeah, it could have like a pack. It could be like a pack mule. I mean, that's so weird. There's like some reference here, but now I can't see it anymore. Find it. Let's try to make it about this big. Let's do a different color. This one's kind of like not really working very good. We're gonna do it. Oh, we already did it with orange. This color then. Do it green. Chop this up. Sharpen this pencil up. Okay, let's try and draw this donkey. Actually, maybe I should just draw the donkey on a different layer. Yeah, we might as well, actually, because there's too much stuff on that layer already. Let's do rough guesstimations. So these are gonna be, he's gonna be holding the reins. So the reins would probably be right here. The head of the donkey would probably be right here. Dude, that's gonna be hilarious. It's almost like the bike. Actually, I kind of want to make it pretty similar. Like this, the wheels of the bike is almost gonna be like the size of this donkey. The size of the donkey. Goodness, I'm really bad at drawing this thing. This thing doesn't even look like a donkey. I feel like it needs to be bigger. Yeah, it actually should be maybe like up in here. Okay, here's the scale of a donkey. Yeah, it should be about... Yeah, it should... Oh, wow, donkeys are small, bro. What the heck? Dude, donkeys are little. Holy moly. Oh, yeah, they're about... Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3 is actually about right. Yeah. Actually, I was kind of like right. Okay, we need to figure out these proportions because these proportions are getting wonkified. I also have to make sure that I do it to where I can... Actually, I might have to push it up a little bit more because we're going to put a sword right there. So... This is the hard part, trying to figure this placement out. Donkey. How can we get it to where... We could do a donkey gray. Oh, that would be kind of funny. Because there would be like the food right here. If we did a donkey grazing. It's like, yeah, it's like donkey grazing. Little baby donkey. Little baby donkey. Okay, so let's try and do it like the person. Okay, so let's do line of action. Three movable masses. I don't know if I should do it like that. No, let's not do it grazing. No grazing donkey. Oh yeah, but it's also gonna be like a pack mule. Okay, that's starting to look a little bit more like a donkey. Time to make the donkey. I guess we could kind of bring it a little bit more of like what we were doing on the other illustration as well. Okay, and then we have to think about like the sword. So not only is there going to be a donkey, but there's also going to have to be a sword right here. And the knight character. Right, yeah, it's actually a little bit lower. Let's do the sword with like... Alright, I think this is gonna work. I might as well just do another layer on top of this. I guess we'll just make this the knight layer then. Since we're already this far into this layer. Now to think about how we're gonna armor this dude up. What kind of armor is this dude gonna wear? That is the question. Actually, just do the same face too. And then we gotta do like the breastplate of righteousness. I don't know, what kind of shoulder plate is this dude gonna wear? I mean, he could be like some like Templar looking dude. Cause like the shoulder plate would be like right here. And then like he would have the what does a breastplate of righteousness? We have helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness. I kind of forgot. I haven't drawn a breastplate. I haven't drawn a knight character in so long. I'm gonna figure out what's this bottom torso. Okay, so the breastplate generally goes around the armpit. It generally goes up the abdominal so it can move. It generally has straps right here. And the armpit is generally a weak area for breastplates. We also need to depict the belt of truth, or is it the belt of, what is that? Yes, I think it's the belt of truth. We'll just do a, I honestly kind of forgot what the abdominals look like. Let's just do like a plate, square plate. And then we will do a satchel. With the cross on it. The truth. Generally they have the, let's put some like fur. And then we have the, wait, where are the knees at? I think I push it. So we do what's it call it? Boots of the gospel piece. He could actually have a backpack too, but I don't think we're gonna put him on. I don't think we're gonna put the backpack on him. But he could essentially have the same backpack. I mean, what we could do is we could just put like a cloak on him. Oh, but then it would like cover the donkey. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do the cloak. Okay, then. I think we might be able to do the next layer. I think let's just maybe push this other layer on there. And then we will a little bit more down on it. I guess now we should just depict the donkey more in the background. I want to put like a little Easter egg thing in there, but I don't know what I'm going to put in there. Oh, that would be funny. Carrot on the stick. Oh, that would be hilarious, man. We might actually do that. Okay, we gotta just keep going. I'm getting a little burnt out. We just gotta keep grinding on this thing. What do donkey reins look like? I forgot. I literally just drew them the other day, but too akin to donkeys. I need to just do more donkey studies, honestly. These are strange creatures. Okay, let's look up donkey reins, because I know there's a way they put it on. Donkey reins. Interesting. Okay, those are like the simple reins. Okay, so it goes up right here. That's weird. They go in. It goes in their mouth. No, not all of them. Okay. eat something. It's break time. Ugh. I need to eat something. I'll be back. Oop. I'll be back in a little bit. Let's see, let's put oops, that's toilet paper. And it's time to eat. I think I'm gonna have to try and ink that. I don't know if I can finish it today because I gotta go chill with some buddies. Okay, I gotta go. I'm gonna go hang out with some buddies. I guess I'll try. We'll finish this one off tomorrow, I guess. And what I might do is I might try and ink this one out right now. See how this ink goes. And then tomorrow we'll do the armor for this dude. Let's see how far we can get. Oh, I totally messed that up. Fudge. Well, I guess that's the thing about ink. You can't really go back. Darn. Darn, dude, I can't believe I just messed up that Halo. Fudge. It's okay. Oh, man. almost done. We got the hard part down. Oh my goodness. Dude, I think doing those graffiti warm-ups really helped. I'm gonna start doing those now. It's the first time I've done the graffiti warm-up with the ink, and I can full on see it. Like, I feel like I'm way more confident with the ink. Kind of like rushing it because, oh, okay, I still have about 30-40 minutes till I have to leave. Dude, this dude is gnarly. This is a gnarly dude. Oops. Put a little cross right there. Let's tie these shoes up. And he said unto them, dismount your bicycles and boast the Lord's truth upon the wicked and lost. He needs a peacemaker. Well, I was like, why I'm drawing this character is because I did so this dude is supposed to be like a homeless knight, but this is his armored version, right? So that's gonna be him, but like this is like his armor of God on, and he, instead of a bike, it's a donkey. So, but I gotta leave here pretty soon, so I'm just kind of rushing it now. I don't know if I'm gonna do like the heavy darks and stuff though. I'm always like really hesitant. See, I could do like this layer fine, but once I get into the next layer where I have to do the big shadows. Who's that? Don Exuti vibes. This dude's a gnarly dude, man. Holy Toledo. He's like a homeless fisherman that's reading the Bible. Kind of inspired by the Bible study yesterday of the least of us, the least of them. I don't know, that part of the Bible trips me out, dude. It's weird because like I like posted it online and nobody really like I wonder how many like it kind of feels like that part of the Bible like kind of like makes a lot of people uncomfortable, right? I feel like it's a very like almost controversial thing in our society is like homeless people, and you know, so I don't know. But I mean, I looked up like some sermons on the least of us, and overall, I mean, a lot of them are saying generally the same thing. It's just kind of shocking actually like getting to like know some homeless people and you know, a lot of them have, you know, drug abuse problems and all sorts of stuff, and it's scary, actually. And it's just weird because even, like, the churches that I attend, like, they don't really even talk about it that much. They do sometimes, but, like, I don't know, it's like, it kind of just feels like nobody knows what to do with them. Like, there's so many homeless people, like, nobody knows what to do. I don't know. Don Exote is a old book from Spain about the Spanish knight who rides a donkey and tries to do great things like slay dragons. The dragon he fights is a windmill. He's a silly knight. You know what? Maybe I have heard about that book. Yeah, there's even a lot of controversies even within the realm of, like, Jesus being homeless, right? Like, about, like, that verse of, like, you know, even, like, he doesn't have anywhere to lay his head and stuff. And actually, I saw there was, like, a controversial statue, and it was the statue of Jesus, and they, like, sculpted it to where it looked like he was, like, in robes, like, sleeping on I think sleeping on the ground or something. And people just, like, really didn't like it. It was really weird, like. But it's just strange because it's written in there, so you think that, I don't know. But also, I did read this funny quote. And it was like this quote. It's actually from an RPG game. And it was called, it's actually from WoW. These gloves there was these, like, glove items. And these gloves were called the gloves of the transient. And what was weird about it, there's the quote on it. It said, like, he who lives nowhere lives everywhere. And I was like, what in the world? That's such a strange quote, you know, like. And it's kind of true, right? Because if you can basically just live anywhere, you can almost kind of, in some weird way, you're almost living everywhere. And I just found that very strange. Okay, we're almost done here. But I do want to kind of maybe try and depict. This is kind of like a theme I might start exploring more. Because I know, like, the homeless crisis is actually very vast. And yeah, so maybe putting. I mean, I know this is kind of more of like a. Not as serious, but, you know, like, if there's maybe. We can put a little bit more light upon the problem. You know, maybe people maybe think about it more. What's actually crazy is there was this, I don't know, I forgot who it was, but there is this other believer. And he kind of shows up every now and then. I haven't seen him in a while, though, but we started talking about, like, technology, right? And how technology is impacting Christianity and stuff like that. And what was weird is he was saying, like, in the next 10 years or something, it's suspected to be that we're going to have high-speed internet almost all around the globe, which is crazy to think about, honestly. And he was saying that, like, streaming and stuff may become, like, even bigger in the future. Because if there's, like, going to be satellites and stuff with high-speed internet basically everywhere globally, it's going to be really weird. It's going to be very strange. But also really good because then we could somehow maybe proclaim the gospel more as well. That was the Bible study I did today, actually. Very weird Bible study. Did a Bible study on how technology is affecting Christianity, and is God using technology? There was actually a commentator that wrote a commentary about, is God right now using technology? And in some cases I think he is, because there's been so many sermons on like God provides us all that we need, God, it's all his to begin with, stuff like that. I know you've probably heard stuff like that. So in some cases, God is in technology in some degree. And then they were bringing up things of like the Great Commission and things of that nature. Very interesting. But interesting hearing it from a more of a like a theological aspect. I've been wondering let's see here. Jesus and his disciples were homeless. They relied on people opening their homes to them, and sometimes they slept on the roadside. They would stay in inns, and they had enough money to do so. Yeah, I know, that's the other strange thing, right? I've been wondering for a while now if the beast in the book of Revelations is AI. You're actually not the first person to say that on my stream. Somebody actually said that maybe a month ago. They said something along the lines of, they brought up a verse, something along the lines of something like the image of the beast is going to start moving or something like that. And very interesting things. In some way, I kind of feel like, even if you read like in Matthew, I think it's Matthew 6, where Jesus starts going into like, look at the birds of the air, look at the lilies of the field, stuff like that, right? And not only that, but there's many other instances in scripture that start to bring up this level of like looking to nature, looking to the natural order of things. And sometimes I wonder if like Jesus was warning humanity, like almost like, hey man, like we need to remember nature and not go full on into forgetting where we, all that stuff, right? And there's a lot, and that's the other strange thing about a lot of the characters in scripture, right? Is like a lot of them like lived out in the wilderness. Like John was said to eat wild locusts and wild honey and stuff like that. Just super strange, right? And I don't know if you've read the Life Application Bible, but that was like the first study Bible I actually read. And there is an interesting part in that study Bible that said something about prophets, right? And there's actually a common theme with a lot of the prophets. And a lot of the prophets were actually like vagrants. They were kind of like wanderers, and they would live outside a lot of times. And what was weird in the Life Application Bible is like it went into saying maybe one of the reasons why God uses these vagrants and just almost like lowly of the low is at times he wants to kind of, he may have to set people aside, because maybe if they were integrated within a lot of parts of society, God couldn't have used them as much, or maybe even shown them things, right? So I thought that was interesting in that part. Let's see here. Life Application Bible's cool. I should get one, man, but they're kind of expensive. They're like $70 or something like that. go. Let's put the fishing line in. And then let's draw this fish up in here. Oh, we actually finished it out. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna sign it right here. Just a little signature. Yippee! We did it! Now do I... Oh man, I almost got that done full on. I want to... I guess we'll put God, Gospel right here. With the shield. Hoopa, 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 hoopa. Ustalabakatai. Badadadadadu. 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 Come on. God, Gospel. Darn, should I do the heavy shadows? I don't know if I should, bro. I'm always bad at the heavy shadows. It's about time for me to head out, though. I guess we could maybe just do some indication ones. The old warrior. The homeless fisherman. Okay, yeah, we might have to work on it tomorrow. Yeah, it's about 7. I gotta head out here soon. At least we got this ink done. I'm stoked. Let's take a thumbnail. That was the character we were able to get done today. Tomorrow we will maybe get into his armored side. Oops, let me get this light better. Anyway. Oops. Hope you guys have a good one. We out of here. Make a stream marker. Farewell, everybody. Farewell. Oops. Okay, we out of here. Tomorrow we will do... Oh, you know what? Oh, I guess it's okay. See you, everybody. Sorry, I couldn't get the other side done today, and I'm too scared to do the big shadows and stuff, but farewell, guys. Have a good one. I guess I'll leave it with a Bible verse. Oh, here it is. We will leave it with a Bible verse. Commit your work to the Lord and your plans will be established. Proverbs 16:3. See ya, everybody. I'm gonna go hang out with some friends now.